Hello. It is time. All right. This. So. There was a message. I can show. This one right here. So I specifically said, I remember saying it while I was working on it. Like, ideally you would just test if any part of the cell is in our radius, not just the cell center. He said it too, so that's gonna be my plan. He did just say though, he has independent bodies? Okay. So I guess he's on some other time zone then. Interesting. Or he just does it at night. Okay, well I'll go look at that then. I think my real issue was that when I was doing this, I was computing cells from global positions. That was probably not what I should do. I should compute the cell we're in from our position, and then from that cell create a grid out of that cell, around that cell, and then step along there. And that should save me from doing this kind of dynamic stuff where I'm taking my position and I'm like trying to offset it or something. Okay. But he says he's done things. This is not it. He said he did he say one thing or multiple things? I also... Okay, I guess he says also laid out, but not sent. So that was one thought I had too. taking the radius and scaling it. I did try that. This thing, I tried so many of these things and just nothing ever worked. I was... Closest point on... to brush center? Okay. I didn't... Oh. He must have seen that. Also, less than or equal to. I know that I specifically didn't use equal to. Region local. Because I feel like as soon as you start using this inside of here, you can have issues, right? Vector 2 I divide floor. Actually, that might be correct. Because, I mean, as long as your distance check is still good. But I guess you want to start the whole range. Snap position is descaled. What does snap position look like? Okay, so it's still the same. It's still based on shape locations. Why doesn't that pick up like the one? Radius world, radius descaled. Was this? No, this should have been an error, right? I mean, it should be an error. Cell origins, global cell index. Multiply it by cell size, min and max. Oh, I see. Right. Clamp snapped position. Yeah, that works. That does work. I gotta remember this. So you take your position and you clamp it to essentially the bound box, And your result of that is going to be, should be the closest point. I mean, not really. Maybe? Yes. Yes, it should be the closest point. And check if that's within our scaled radius. Okay. Region location. Grid position. Oh, okay. Right. I get it. So you take your grid position, you get a region location out of it. Region local coordinate. Grid position minus region location times region size. Okay. Local cell. Yeah, this method was kind of a headache, right? It looks like he did the same thing. He was just like, I'm literally just going to write the code. I'm just going to start over. Pretty much. Cell location is region location times cells per region plus local cell. So I guess my only wonder is if that's the same, if local cell is the same as this calculation. I'm gonna guess I just go and test it, right? He tested it too. Okay. What am I at? I guess shape size is fine. But I just think it will create updates more often than it needs to. Okay. I don't have... Yeah, okay. Wait, is that last one? Wait, 2 days ago. Oh, okay. I am missing some things, though. 2-in-1 commits different. So I should do a rebase myself. Git pull I rebase. What? Dash dash rebase equals interactive. Nope. Okay. No. 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 No, 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 no. What? I'm so confused. What's happening? What was that? What just happened? No. Where did it go? Where did my commits go? No. No. They're gone. They're... Git, what the hell did you just do to me, Git? What was that? It just deleted my... It literally just deleted my stuff. What was that? These two commits just got deleted. It just literally... It literally just deleted those. I am baffled about that. Why it didn't... What? Am I crazy? What is happening? No, it just deleted my... It literally just deleted my commits. It just didn't even ask. What? That doesn't make any sense. Why did it do that? It shouldn't have done that. That's like actually insane. Why did that happen? Git pull rebase interactive. I ran that and it said there was nothing to do. That's crazy. It just dropped 2 commits. It literally just dropped 2 commits. So I need to change. Wow. I need to change the fetch for this branch. Set URL. Get remote set URL. Name new URL. Or is it... Yeah. That is insane. That's actually just straight up insane. That's... It shouldn't have done that. That's... That genuinely blows me away. How did that happen? Seriously? How? How did that happen? It didn't ask me or anything. Like, I have commits that it didn't even ask me about. Maybe it said, maybe it thought I was doing rebase no somehow? I don't know. Git pull rebase. Again, it just obliterated commits without even asking me. I'm so confused. Hey, Yulia. That makes no sense at all. That makes no sense at all. Why would it do that? Why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? I fell asleep yesterday. You messing up your push? There's just some weird stuff that I had to figure out. But now I have another weird thing. It is just removing my commits. I don't understand why it's doing this. It's really weird. I mean, it's probably, you know, a weird thing to set your push to be different than your pull. Maybe that's like kind of an issue. I don't know. I mean, I guess I can do this. It gets weird, man. It's confusing. Okay. How do I set my how do I set the fetch? It says like you can change the push, but yeah, thanks. I guess I just set it back. And then I have to run it again, but with push set. Okay. Please don't be a force push. Is that what's messing it up? I don't think so. Odd. It is. So I want to get this manual mode for instance collision in there though. Maybe I can just copy the commit and it's just gonna remember it. Maybe I can just copy the commit and it'll remember. Divergent. So here's the thing. Last time I said rebase and it was like, oh, there's actually nothing to do. Let's do a get pull no rebase. Let's try that. Let's see what no rebase does. Done. Yeah, see. It's gone again, man. Like, stop doing that. Just... What is it? Get... What do I want? What am I trying to do? Get... This happened last time? And it was hell. So, let me just do get pull again. It's literally happening again. I don't understand why it's being like this. All right, let's do this. All right, let's just get commit. Sure, I'll make the commit. I'll make the commit. And then I will do a good old rollback. Git reset hard at 1. I'll just do get pull again. All right, get pull rebase. Sure, yeah, we're totally gonna rebase something right now. We're totally rebasing a commit. Oh. Okay. Git log. We're up to date. Okay. Oh, and it's just here. It's back. Nice. So annoying. Okay. Are we good now? Manual. All right, he's really gonna merge this before he goes any further, because that was, I don't know, it's not even, it's just Git. I don't understand why it's doing that. I write rebase and it just doesn't care. It's like, yeah, I see that commit that doesn't exist. We're just gonna drop it silently with literally no warning. I mean, I thought Git wasn't supposed to do stuff like that. Like, you have to pass like -F. You have to run. You have to use flags. You have to use dangerous flags to like destroy stuff. But apparently, I guess something weird with this force push, and I don't know. I don't know. That was just annoying. Okay. Okay. So I should be able to do git. I want interactive. No, no. Okay. Alright, so that one commit is gone, but I know that commit was like literally 3 line changes or something, so I don't care about it. And he said it wasn't even the right way either. That it should be that when we do that, it should... Where's the method? It should just be done differently. That line, and then this line? What are you talking about? I'm literally working on it right now. Dude, why is stuff so weird? Why is this stuff so weird? Okay. And he was deleting some of these lines, so I'll delete that. So essentially, if it's dirty, we're rebuilding the whole map. So I think this just means another clear right there. Because yeah, we're not reading from it at this point. It's just cleared and we're rewriting the whole thing. Okay. Okay. Clear shape index map. This is on zombie game. Damn it. Okay. Okay. I have 7 and 7. What? Okay. Should be clear shape index map. Cool. Now, I finally do a build. Okay. Finally building. I'm gonna assume the reason that he didn't just go ahead and pull in manual or anything like that is because there's probably some conflicts with what he was working on. These like individual instant shapes. Okay. That looks cool. It's real laggy, that's for sure. But it looks like that's good. I'm probably not on. I am, okay. Okay, cool. What about 16 meters? Cool. Cool. 2. Awesome. And I can be fully contained in a cell. Very nice. 1.2. So where am I trying to go? Here. Just so many things open. It is still really laggy, but... And 64 is definitely way too much. I'm gonna mention that. I'm gonna ask. Nice. Yeah, I would definitely be running like 16 or maybe even 8 for the player. Let's do that test where I fly through like 200 meters per second. I didn't notice anything. Yep, not noticing anything. But if I jump it up to 32, it's gonna be pretty bad, I bet. Yep. I like freeze over here for like a second. 64 is probably gonna be so much worse. Oh yeah, slideshow. $128. Going really nuts. I basically can't get through there without freezing. Yeah, that is a slideshow. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna use like 8. Because if we're doing like the bounding box now, within 8 meters I am gonna be loading a cell. Awesome. And I have to turn on... Yeah. Why was I flying? Dynamic game. Be full game. Am I in the ground? Oh, I'm in the ground. Oh, I think vertex. Whoops. Right, okay. Something going on with the terrain shader? That was just weird. Cool. I'm gonna stream, alright. Have fun. Can I get this through the trees? I probably cannot. I'm getting somewhere. Well, I got through the trees. Interesting. I wonder if I could fly into them fast enough. Probably not. I mean, the way that it loads it does force the physics server to stop running, essentially, so it can load the collision in before you reach it. So I literally couldn't go fast enough. I was thinking in the case where, where the collision would be loading it not exactly at the same time as you going towards it. It would be like loaded progressively. So there would be like a speed you could reach that you could be inside of a collider before it appears. But this seems like it's set up so it literally freezes the game. That's why I was able to like fly through here and like I would literally sit on like 2 or 3 frames near the end. Okay, cool. Alright, well that works. So Manual mode is still in there, but I want the method that I want. So I'm going to go and write that method. What did I say exactly? I said, could there be a method that accepts a set of cells, like what get cells to instance, get cells to instance does. We'll batch all together as if it was part of a dynamic update. So yes, that sounds right. The decomposition will need changing too. So I think essentially, what I said was, I would basically provide this value. I'd provide a typed array vector 2i, and everything would run based on that. Because this basically kicks it off and then everything else runs after that. So I wonder if this should be perhaps... Nah. I don't know how I could duplicate this, but I am just gonna go and copy this method. Why did that copy? Whatever. And then, I guess I gotta paste it first. So this would be set instance collision cells. And I think typed vector 2i. And I think also probably an array of integers. There's something about passing in packed arrays where I think the typed... Is there a method here that accepts a typed array? I think typed array... Okay, that one's not exposed though. There's definitely something somewhere that takes in a vector 2i. Okay, so I'll look at triangle mesh, create from faces. I have it open. It's a vector of vector 3. Okay, vector of vector 3. So then what I want to do is I want to make this a vector of vector 2i, which should be a type. Can I get to vector 3? Hacked. I think I'll do vector packed in 32 array. Does anyone use this? Packed in 32. This is used for meshes. Array mesh uses this. I don't think it uses it. Maybe not necessarily, but it's like create surface from array. Like, what is it? Add a surface from arrays. And you're meant packed in 32 array index. Packed in 32. Vector int. Okay. So it is vector int. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I should just do a typed array vector 2i. Probably. But this one could definitely be a vector int. So I think I pass in the cells and the mesh IDs that I want. Essentially, my idea with this set is that at the end of the call, the ones I provided will be the only ones active. And my idea with the mesh ID is maybe there's a case where you only want certain mesh IDs to be active in those cells. Then I guess that doesn't really make sense now, because how would you couldn't really specify that in the way that I think. If I were to do it that way, where you want to specify mesh IDs per a cell, that can be done in the future. I think for now I'll just do this. If we're not in manual mode. Isn't it void? I don't think I need that. This is collision mode. Is collision mode manual or collision manual? Cool. So this is one that don't care about. I don't care about this, I don't care about this, I don't care about this. We will set up instance body. I already have that. So now get recyclable instances will essentially be everything, every cell that's not here. Every cell that's not here. Instead of instead of some radius thing. I really wish this was done automatically for me. So I have to keep selecting them every time I, like, change the file. Or at least, like, folds were remembered. Okay, recyclable mesh instance shapes. Goes through each cell. And then we're using that cell location. So essentially, I think I really just need this. This one. Yeah, I'll just do this. I'll just copy them ahead and delete what I don't need. Right, so recyclable instances. Don't need that. Don't need that. And essentially my test is yeah, if it's not in a typed array. Let me go look what typed array gives me. I don't think this is actually a type in the documentation. Yeah, it's not. Okay. Typed array is an array. It's an array. That's all I need to see, right? Is it has, contains, something? Find, has. So I would get that. And then I guess this is kind of the same thing. Cyclable instances, active instance cells. If this one has it, we're not clearing it. But if it doesn't, then we are clearing it. Okay. Right. Probably don't even need... Oh, you do. You will need it. Though... Maybe not really. That's cool. Region size. It's not anywhere else. Cell size, also probably not anywhere else. Well, this should definitely just be cell size. And then vertex spacing. Dan is streaming art. Cool. What is he making? Instance build data. I mean, it should just be the same from there. Nothing else should be different. If I can type it, a cylinder. A cylinder. Wow. I don't think it has it. I'm just kind of curious if it has a function like this, though. Like an intersection or something. Or a difference. No. I definitely wasn't going to use it. I was just curious if they had that. So this should operate the same as the other one. It's just that you're providing this value. And then I had to calculate this, which would just be everything that's not from here. And from there it's the same. Instance. I'll leave the comments. What do you mean file's been changed? Just write it. Is it the folds? Is using the folds causing this? Where it just keeps thinking that I'm modifying it somewhere else? It's really weird. Okay. Oh, I need to declare that. Okay. Add cells. Add method for building that. Cool. Okay. So now I can set up a test. Oh. Was it just that? Probably. What do they mean file's been changed? I don't get it. It's always going to be confusing to me. Can it check if the file is exactly the same? I think it should. The file may have been modified, but it is byte for byte identical. Maybe that's too hard. Did I let it finish building? I may not have let it finish building. Okay. Okay, so at this point I now need something. There's spaces there, aren't there? There are spaces there. This file can probably be deleted. Just delete that. There are definitely... There's definitely a space here. Yeah. Those aren't supposed to be there. It's weird that it accepts those spaces. That's weird. Are there spaces on this one? Nope. A manual, and then that can literally be whatever. I'll leave it at 8 because maybe I want to read that for manual mode. All right. So now I have to look at this code and understand how this works, because this is what I need. They're here. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep track of a list of entities, and each entity is given a radius, or I guess an entity type, I don't know. Each one will be given a radius in meters, and cells that are contained within that radius around them will be loaded. Right. And then I would just pass this anytime that list changes. So if I've removed a cell or I've added a cell, I pass that entire list back in. And actually, I just realized. Let me look at instance cells to build. This one skips it if it's already contained. Okay. So I need this. So I'll do I mean, actually, this should just be like like this. And then I go through every cell. If this cell has it, I'm skipping it. No. If it's active and it doesn't have it, there's definitely a way I can do this. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I have to do two iterations. No. For each cell in here, if... Nah, I get it. Do this. If active instance cells... What? Skip it. Otherwise, I'm adding it. What do they use? It's probably pushback, yeah. I think they're literally the same. I think append just calls pushback or like inlines pushback. But whatever. So I have a new array. There. A short list of cells to build. If active instance cells has that cell, we're skipping it. If it has it, we skip. And then down here, I go through this again. Through all the active cells. If it is one that I want to keep, I'm not removing it. I'm checking P cells here and not cells to build because cells to build is a shorter list. Doesn't include cells that we actually want to keep. Some games with FPS creator. What games? What games? I've heard about this, but I don't think I've actually seen a game. It's like Roblox before it was like big. That's what it sounds like to me. You can go play stuff, but it's not like you're not gonna be saying like, oh, I'm gonna get Roblox so I can go play Doors. Right, nothing like that. Bordermine. What is that? Instance cells. If this is contained, we're not removing it. If it's not contained, we will be removing it. And then we go through this. Should be a zombie game. Yep. Okay. A crap game. How do you make a game title? Because so many of these titles recently that I see, I'm like, it immediately sounds like it's a ripoff. Somehow. Like I am immediately just like not interested in that game just because of its name. You know, you can say, oh, you shouldn't judge it by its name or whatever. But everyone's gonna do that. If you type in FPS games and you scroll by Border Mind, you're not looking at that game. You're scrolling past it. Okay. Why does this open up when I don't have it selected? It's still there. Oh no, that's a weird bug. Okay. So I will be in manual 8. Now I need... I guess I can make terrain instance node. This will do that. Name isn't the problem with the art or logo. There's definitely names that if they were just a different name with the same art and everything else, it would be more interesting. I can say I don't look forward to that part. But also I think, you know, if you make a good enough game, people can look past that. It's gotta be good enough to get at least enough people to play it, talk about it. But of course, if you have a really good, if it's really good, you're gonna get that a lot faster. How do I want this to work? I think I'd want to click this, and I guess I would have, yeah, I would have like a group names to radius. So I'd have terrain, and then I would specify a and I think dictionary lets me do this, right? Does dictionary let me do this? I can't remember. Yeah. What's happening? Okay. Wow. Okay. Is it me? What's going on? Why am I at 70% memory right now? It's dropping. Let me look at that. That's concerning. How do I use this? Is it Firefox? Do I need to close some tabs? I don't understand. Okay. H top that. Oh, Godot is gay. Why would you say that? I guess it's some of these tabs might just be obliterating the memory. I don't even know what. GitHub is probably a big user of this. I can probably close that one. I feel like I'm never using that one. Okay, 60 is fine. I mean, 60 I think is what I usually see it at, but 70 was just weird. I haven't seen it that high. Alright, where was I at? I was trying to look at what dictionary allows me to do. Because I think dictionary... Is it only arrays? You definitely can. Oh, no. I remember now. I remember now. I'll just look here in case. Essentially what I'm trying to do is make it so that when I'm using this from the inspector, it forces the types that I want it to be. Export custom is you're supposed to be able to specify the layout of a dictionary. You're supposed to be able to do that. It's kind of supported with arrays, but yeah, dictionaries allow you to do this with a hint string. So this would be property hint type string. Dictionary type? What is that? You can set a properties dictionary with stored value specified in the hint string. The hint string contains the key and the value separated by a semicolon. Okay, cool. So I would just do... Perfect. All right. Well, that's simpler. So this should be a string name and an integer. That should be fine. What did I miss? You going for 3 minutes? Forgot to cap my threads tearing building again. Nothing. This has got to be a new type, right? Oh, maybe it's not. I think I've been using string type and like doing this, whatever. Okay. So with that say, that should be like click and a nil dictionary, a new key, string name, and then an integer. Now the real question is, use the hint string format from this. So I should be able to, separated by a semicolon, I should be able to specify separating the key and the value. I'm supposed to be able to specify a range? Type int property hint range. Yeah, so I gotta look up these, type int. Right. And this is supposed to be a, is that supposed to be a slash? I think that, wait, is this a vertical bar or a slash? I can probably, no. Is this a vertical bar or a slash? I literally don't know. What is it? It's a slash, okay. Int slash, I can probably do this. Property hint range is probably near the top. 1. Was it commas? A colon. Does that work? No, it's got no clue. Okay. So type int. It's probably like 1 or 0, I bet. It's 2. Nice. My aunt had a broken leg for 2 weeks. She never realized. Wow. That sucks. I'm guessing it's probably worse to think it's fine and then it's not. Right. Probably. Sliding sucks. Brightness. Whatever. I'm just gonna have a whiteout side of my head. Forever, I guess. Groups to the value is the distance in meters around nodes in that group. Yeah, just that. Pretty simple there. So the first thing I would do, I think, is player and 8. Bam. Can I modify that? I can't. Cool. Her mom, she's needed those metal bars, or she needs those metal bars. That sucks. So I think I'm gonna kind of copy. Well, if I'm trying to make this agnostic for terrain, which is generally a good idea, although difficult, then I will need to have a set of positions. Okay. I need to track my nodes. All right. I don't think there's a way to ask when a node enters the scene tree. Maybe there is. Let me find it. Scene tree. Okay, I gotta spell it the special way. Scene tree. What if they have a method that's like, or a signal? Node added. Well, that answers my question. Node added. Okay. So first thing I want to do is I want to do get tree, node added, connect, on node added. Node removed. Okay. Cool. Kojima joined? No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Well, maybe. Maybe he would. I'm actually not sure. I was thinking it doesn't sound like a thing he would do, but now it does sound like a thing he would do, so... in a way. So I will do, I'll just have... yeah, I think I'm going to do physics process. And then I want to do a tick rate, sort of. Let me make this a category so it can be minimized. Or a subgroup, whatever it is. It'd probably just be group, right? Yeah. Target update rate will be an integer. I'll start it at 32, I guess. This will be the frequency to check for well, should it be frequency? No. I think this was frequency to check for... No, you know what? This doesn't make sense because I can check it as soon as I enter the tree, and I know every time a node is added and removed. So I'll leave that out for now, but I do think I'm going to want something that I can set how often this should be happening. So the first thing I'll do is I'll have a node of locations, be a dictionary, some snapped position. Okay. Oh, that's a lot. Struck me too. He said no generative AI are but more enemy systems. An expensive RNG machine, I guess. Having AI create visuals, I'm more interested in using AI for the control systems. If you have 100 players, each of them will have their own habits and tendencies, a sense of control how they move that differs from person to person. Compensate for those differences, the gameplay can gain more depth. Using AI, the enemy behavior could change based on the player's experiences. Wrong copy paste, what do you mean? What was wrong? You just not mean to copy the read more part. So make a function that will take a node and produce a snapped position. Given a location, returns a snapped vector2i position to be used for instance collisions. Okay. The link at the end, yeah. Maybe I just don't know what he means by that. Maybe he just literally means neural networks are cool and I'd like to use that for enemy AI. Because what he's saying doesn't make sense for LLM. That's not at all like that. It sounds like they're actually like a chess computer. is what it sounds like he's talking about. Good luck to him. That's like, that would be getting on the edge of like AGI almost. I think what he's talking about there. Having a system react to like generic actions of a player and like processing that and thinking. He could also just be saying, I think a behavior system is cool. But he's definitely used that. Metal Gear Solid 5 absolutely uses that, right? Have they ever done like a talk on how they did their AI? Honestly, I don't know what he's talking about. That sounds like just translation stuff. And then I started to think he's on his boomer phase. If he's just talking about like creating a neural network model, good luck to him. If he's talking about having a chatbot, feeding a chatbot descriptions of things a player's doing, and trying to get it to return formatted information, which you can kind of do that. I really wish that would be investigated more or researched more and made better. ChatGPT has this capability where you can force it to output valid JSON, but it can still fail. It can still just totally fail. It's like, I'm going to give you a number and I want you to output 1 if it's between 1 and 10 and 0 if it's greater than 10. It's kind of like, obviously you wouldn't use it for that, but that's like an idea. And you can see why it would be difficult because you're asking it to essentially do something logical. And it's not been trained to be logical. Trained to make sentences. Or rather, I guess, complete sentences. Does this notice need to be tracked? Okay, so there's a method that's like get get nodes. Is it get tree? Get nodes in group. Okay, right. And then I guess if I update target groups, okay, here's the thing that sucks with dictionaries and arrays. Sometimes you don't get notified when they're changed. You just don't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the method that's called update just update target nodes. Update tracking list. Just update tracking list. Okay, so for target groups. Okay, well, first of all, I will do no locations clear. Whoa. I have a sneeze. Dan has 4 viewers. Cool. Group in target group. Get tree. If this node is not inside the tree, okay. I'll just do that, I guess. He's making a DOM. Like HTML? Dime Dome. You gotta slow down. You gotta slow down. That's not grammar, that's just missing letters on your keyboard. If node is node 3D, then I can use it. And I do hate this nesting, but it's the only way to make this like type stuff work. Which, you know what, it doesn't even matter, actually. Doesn't matter because I'm not actually using those types. Nice of you thinking slowing down will fix my it's spelling. It's not grammar. That's spelling. You're talking about spelling. Yeah, so that should work. Here's the question though. What if a node has multiple groups? I guess if it has multiple groups, dude, chill out, chill out. This world is wrong. If a node has multiple groups, I guess I use the largest radius that I find. That makes sense to me. But probably I also print like a warning if a node has multiple groups and just say like, hey, don't do this. In fact, you know what? I'm going to say I don't care about that. If a node has multiple groups, whatever group I hit first is the one that I'm using. Whichever one I hit first is the one that I'm using. So I clear that. If we're not inside the tree, I return. Ready means that we're in the tree, right? Have entered the scene tree. Okay. So I will do I will now do snap terrain, which I need to look at this code, because this code is good. So get instance cells. Okay, I guess first of all, what I need to do is I need to do this stuff. Return max if get class is equal to, and in fact, you know what? I think I probably should make this like a constant up here. And does const allow me to use this now? This is new, right? You didn't used to be able to do this. Like, that wasn't allowed before. It definitely wasn't. Crazy. Okay. Partially release the Badman files. Epstein files. The Epstein list. Is that what you're talking about? You know, I'm curious then. What's his name? He's not live right now. Okay. Alright, so I need to get this thing, which is a snap to grid. I don't know how Twitch is okay with that. I think they have to be. Why Ludwig? Why Ludwig? Let's go see why Ludwig. Does he have like...
It's working? Okay.
Wow,
So
that's crazy audio.
To the fucking track.
It sounds like
And we could
my
record
ears
on
need to
the
pop.
shit. My beautiful girl. Okay, we're gonna hit that. We're gonna hit that. That's our classic. It's our go-to. Okay, so we'll just. Okay, we gotta.
Does he play it? He's got to play it at the end, right?
Did I really just forget that Epstein's a pedophile? Be off the track. Be off the track. Be off the track. You waste the list. Small meat on the beat.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Does he play it again? Okay, he's gonna play it again, I think.
Off the track. Off the track.
It just starts with him saying, "Did I really forget Epstein is a pedophile?" And then he screams, "Release the list" at the end. Doesn't look like he plays it though, so I don't know why. Yeah. That's why I wanted to check him, you know. I feel like he's got to look at that. Probably. Alright. I'm just gonna match this as close as possible. So I think I do that. Give myself room. Probably want this line too. That's not how that works. I have to copy. And then, so I have that, and now get instance cells to build. Okay. I'm just gonna copy this entire thing and just make it. Just put it in here. Okay. So I would have... Okay, well... Oh, no, I'm just doing snap to grid first. Okay, well, I mean... Alright. Snap to grid. It's not defined here, it's definitely... What did I just do? Okay, I don't know what that was. Snap to grid, like this. Shape size. Yeah, so I wish there was a way I could get this, like, fill-in to happen, but it's not gonna happen. So I can probably click here and click open documentation. There we go. Shape size, get shape size. Okay. Somebody looking for collision? Oh no, collision shape size. There we go. So that's what I want. I want collision shape size. So I take, I will have location, divide it by the vertex spacing. Vertex spacing. Then I will do return vector 2i. Let's do floor I. Location x over. Make this a float. It's already a float. Don't need to worry about that. Over the float of terrain collision shape size. Phone works. Starts Monday. Phone works starts Monday. What does that mean? Your phone's gonna start working on Monday? Times terrain. I'll just keep a variable here. All right, cool. So now I have that. Cool. Work. Phone call. Okay. Tomorrow, you mean Monday. Okay. I confused you. I don't think that's what happened. I think you confused me and I asked you what you meant and now you give me your answer. So, whoop. So here I take snap position is my real position over vertex spacing. Snap to grid, which will do this. Take the X and the Z. There. Which, I mean, okay, I'm looking at this. This is just rounding. This is just rounding. I can take out that +5 and just call it round. Actually, no, I guess this is rounding up. It's rounding. Let me see what round says. If it says it's like a positive infinity, then nearest whole number with half cases rounding away from 0. That's not what I want. Okay, this is fundamentally different, so I'll leave it like that. I'll leave it like that. Okay, so now all of this code needs to go to something that's like Um, how will this work? How will this work? Let me start writing. Let me just start writing it. So, physics process. I could check every entity. That's probably not very good though. But I think it's fine. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. So, I'll just call this a function update. Tracked node positions. Node locations. That's what it's going to be. Computes new locations for all tracked nodes. Oh, and then I needed to write these ones, which I forgot to write. That's fine. All I know is that it can never be my fault. When I tried dual streaming to YouTube, I do want to do that, but I don't. I don't think my computer can handle that. I honestly don't think it can. I don't know. Maybe the internet can. I'm concerned about it though, because if I do that, I could make the internet unusable for other people. It might destroy the stream for... It might make both of my streams unwatchable. Like maybe I would have to drop the quality to 1280, which I really don't want to do. Or 720, which I really don't want to do. I'm pretty sure for okay, so there is paid services that will do this for me, where I encode and stream to one location, and they will just re-stream that out. So they basically act like a relay. But that costs money. I'd have to pay for that. That would solve my PC and internet problems, because I can definitely handle one stream. But I don't want to pay for that, I guess. There is another idea where I would have a second computer entirely that does the streaming part, so I don't have to worry about what I'm doing on my computer. I can use the full resources of my computer without messing with my own stream, because it's in a different computer. But that still wouldn't solve the internet thing. I don't know if my internet can handle it. I don't think it can. Maybe it's getting, better and more reliable over time, so maybe I could. But I don't want to try it. Update tracked node locations. Okay, so for... set node to snap terrain global position. That's all I do there. Yeah, that's all I do there. Okay. Does this need to be a function? I don't know. It's fine. So I will update the track node locations. What's my upload speed? It's really good, but it's really good if I'm like downloading something for like 10 minutes, maybe half an hour. But if I'm constantly sending like a lot of data all the time, I will get throttled eventually. So maybe I could do a dual stream barely for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and then I'm sure the quality would drop off and I would have to end one of them. Like I said, I just don't want to try it. I'm not trying to be a streamer, right? I'm trying to make a game. I don't want to spend a lot of my game dev time trying to make a dual stream work. So I just don't want to do that. It would have to be a day where I've like set aside that I'm just not going to do anything. And like maybe I'm just playing a game, and then I could try that. But until that day, I'm not going to try. Okay, so I update the node locations. I guess ideally it would be, I want to make it so I can just have a function that will prepare something to happen. It'll get my current node locations, set whatever data needs to be set, and then another function that I will call that will just send that data to the terrain to make the instance collision happen. That's what I want to do. So I guess I can say like prepare instance collision data, and then dispatch instance collision update. You know what, this one probably doesn't need to be a function. It's probably so simple that it really doesn't need to be a function. Whatever, I'll leave it. I'll leave it, because I want this to be a black box, essentially, from this perspective. And I would implement my own code for every single, in theory, other terrain types, if I ever do that. Okay. Using current node target locations, prepares data for a collision update. Use the collision updates using data prepared. What do I want this to be? I don't know. This thing, I don't know. I can't think of like a generic API that would handle whatever any terrain type would do. I guess I should do it like this. It will be typeless. And this will accept data. Now, how could I make this work for my case where I may want to suddenly enable a large amount of cells, like if I'm aiming my weapon? There's not really an entry point here. I guess there would be something that's like... I mean, I guess I would just do dispatch instance collision to update with my own data. On a secondary call, probably. All right, but for this, I'm gonna go ahead and get this to work. So is groups on node? It's on node, but it does have to be a node 3D at the very least. So this would be weird if that happened, but I guess it would possibly happen. So skip it. Okay. I guess I don't need to do this check. I just call node locations erase node. That's enough. YouTube isn't worth it in the first place. I disagree. I think YouTube would probably be, because I mean, think about how many streams there actually are on YouTube. I feel like there's so few of them that anytime one is happening, YouTube is pushing it to everybody on the site. Like, oh my gosh, there's a one streamer we have on our site. Let's make sure everybody sees this. It's going to be live with the Orange Band releasing the files. 45 minutes. Or just announcing it. Try all the YouTube for one day. No. I'm just going to stick with Twitch for now. What? What is that? What are you trying to say with that word? Oh, I didn't. Whoops. I realized something that I'd messed up. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Okay. 1 second. Can't wait for tomorrow's rage bait YouTubers content. Watching you and Trump. What a combo. There's a plastic bag outside. Who would do such a thing? Can't believe someone would throw a plastic bag. Throw a plastic bag away. Alright. Okay, so can instance collision data. So I happen... Okay, here was my mistake, by the way. I forgot to actually bind this method. I made it a method, and then I forgot to bind it. Here. So this should be... and then a vector 2. Or just cells. It'll figure the type out. And then I would have to set the mode to manual. Doggy is pro climate. Oh, he got a bird yesterday. He was so proud. And then I think he was surprised by the fact that it was not a chew toy. I could tell his thoughts were like, yes, I got it, to now why, now what? Now what do I do with this? Yeah. I'm surprised. It was like a small flying bird, like the kind of bird that you'd think only a cat could get that. Yeah, he was very happy for about 10 seconds, I would say. Okay, so I've bound it. That's pretty much all I need there. So I can probably close test tree now. I don't think I need that open anymore. I still wonder what... Maybe I removed those. Those, like, sample projects. Maybe I, like, removed them from the list. But I don't remember doing that. Because there should be, like, 3 more projects in that list. I think I did. I think I probably just removed them. But I just, for some reason, forgot that I did that. Okay. Build a collision at cell, destroy instance collision at cell, set instance collision cells. Okay. So essentially, I'm just producing an array of vector 2. And then I have to make sure that instance is in manual mode. So set up terrain. We will do that, and then I will do terrain. Oh, I think I can set it. I should be able to set it from here. Collision mode. Will be equal to... I guess I have to set it to 3. And then I'll comment what this is. Is it here? I'll just do that. Okay, that should be allowed. Should allow me to use an integer there. Okay. And then this will all be done in the case of terrain 3D. And then I say I'll specifically say if it's not equal to null, because it could be an empty dictionary or an empty array. And I think those coerce to false. It would be terrain, get class. It's this. Produce an array of cell positions to ensure collision 4. Okay. I don't have to do that. That equals there. So for node in node locations. If snap position is equal to vector 2I max, I continue, and then I need to obtain the radius. For group in node. I mean, I know what it should be. I know that it should be this. So I'm just getting the first one. So if target groups as group, radius will be equal to get group and break. Start this at -1, -1. So if radius is equal to -1, I will continue. And now I think at this point, this is where I gotta do all this special stuff. So I can compute some stuff up here ahead of time, like this cells per region. Will I need that? I mean, I should. Yeah, I will need it. Okay. I think I can just write const, which is what I'm gonna do. Which will be region size, so terrain. Which should be here, terrain region size, which is a region size. Okay. Region size over cell size. This, okay, can I turn this off again? There's something here where this is like sorting. It's turned off. None. Yeah, stop doing that. Because it keeps... Every time I hit save, it's like dragging it to the bottom and I have to like bring it back up. Divided by cell size, which... I think... I don't think that I retrieved that from here. I think this is purely on the instancer. And the instancer... That's not good. It did it again. Okay, why is it doing this? Stop sorting those. sort. So annoying. Is it actually? It crashed. It didn't crash. It's crashed. I don't even know how I crashed it, but I didn't even have a pop-up open. Alright, see you in 10 seconds, because that's how long this like freezes my computer when this happens, so. Okay. I think today I just need to, like, update things and see if it fixes it. Because this is incredibly annoying. I go up here and I hit save. Oh, it didn't drop it down. So why did it not do it that time? I don't know. That confuses me. Sad, I already miss you? No. Maybe terrain collision gives me cell size. No. Yes. Can I do a find here? Nope. Instancer. Okay, well here's the thing. I know that it's always 32. I just know that. Whoa. I just know that it's 32. So no way. Are we serious? Wow. That's like, okay, here it is. I was gonna say that's incredibly annoying for it to also like drop this comment. Well, I don't know how I did it, but I somehow went without hitting like save for like 10 minutes there, apparently. And also this one just. Yeah, I mean, that's just really annoying. I have to retype all this. Okay. I'm gonna incessantly be spamming save now. Because I just got burned. For like 10 minutes. Which I happen to know this is 32, so it's just... Instance is not a constant expression. Well... Wait, what was that? It was like almost filling it in for me for a second there. I was like, oh yeah, you mean vertex spacing on Terrain 3D. And I like hit the wrong letter and then it just didn't come back. Okay. Node to node locations. Skip that one. I have to say for group in node. Get groups if target groups as group. -1. Actually, I'll just say if radius is less than 0. Continue. Pretty simple there. I'll say less than 1. If it's less than 1, I can't use it. It has to be at least 1. Okay. So then I would need cells per region. That's good. Okay, so now I have scaled. I need to scale the radius. Snapped position is descaled, is what they say. This is descaled. Alright, so let me look at that code and verify that's true. I'm assuming it's true. Should be. Just gonna check. Snap position is this over vertex spacing, which I think I've already done that. Snap position is already good. Snap position is already good. Yeah, it's already good. So radius, I just have to do radius divided by vertex spacing to scale it. Okay. And now I should just be able to start running down the list here. I should go this radius square itself. No, because I use normal radius, so never mind. I can't do that. Over cell size. Okay. I can probably go auto now. Cool. Cell radius. I can just probably start deleting stuff as I go. You know what, I want to do this. While x is less than or equal to cell radius, I'm just gonna copy code very, very closely here. Snap position plus x times cell size y times cell size. So vector 2i divide floor. So I need to go see what that is. Int divide seal, which integer division rounding up. What the hell is all that? What? Yeah, that's this is crazy. Don't write this. Don't write that. Just use if statements, man. Why do we have nested ternaries? There's so many parentheses, I don't even know which ternary is where. I literally don't. Why are there so many parentheses? Why do we have just, why? What's with this parentheses? There's like extra, there's integer division rounding up. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna rewrite this. If I can even do that, first of all. What the actual fuck is going on? What is this? This is just not decipherable. What have they crafted here? There's just parentheses that don't need to be here. Is that... Did I mess up? Wait, did I mess up? What is happening? Okay. This set can go away. This set can go away. Alright. Now I can kind of see what's going on. So, if... What the hell am I looking at? This is like an XOR, some kind of XOR. Then we're doing that. This set can go away. That can go away. This can go. There's just so many parentheses here that are not necessary. It is really weird. Holy the F-bomb. Don't write code like this, please. This is insane. That's what this is doing? I think. So if less than 0, true, and this was false. So if they're both positive, so this would be false does not equal false, false. Then we go down here. If the denominator was negative, we do this. Otherwise we're doing numerator plus the denominator minus 1 over denominator. Okay. This is the code for int divide. I gotta do it like this. That's just insane. Do not write code like that. Is there like... There's probably some function that will do this. Yeah, that's crazy code. That is crazy to write that. That's just crazy to write that. That's literally the code you have to look at and just say, okay, I'm just gonna guess that's what it does. It divides and rounds up. Wait, what just happened? Yeah. Do they allow define? No, okay. Alright, so what is it being divided by? What was the code? Vector 2i divide floor. Whoops. Whoops. Looking at the wrong thing. Damn it. I looked at the wrong thing. Okay, let's go again. This set can go away. That can go away. It's just the use of parentheses here is sickening. Why would you write that? Why would you write that? Don't write that. That's too many parentheses for literally no reason. Actually no reason at all. Okay. I would be returning, I guess I do another if statement. Okay. I was just rewriting this for myself. Don't do both at the same time. Yeah, don't. Definitely don't. I'd be surprised if anyone managed to do that. So int divide floor vx, int divide floor vy. Okay. So I'm just gonna make a, guess I was gonna say I was gonna make a method, but I could look here. So here's the thing. I think integer division already truncates. But I don't understand this code is the thing. I don't know exactly why it's written this way. Because you would think integer divide floor is just integer division. Just always this value. It says rounding down, which means if a value is negative, you get to do something special. I'll just copy it in here and leave it as like a utility function somewhere at the bottom. Can I do code region? How does region work? Okay, I can just type whatever I want over here. Okay. Drain 3D. And I'll scroll up here and look at this again and make sure I don't need anything else that's weird. No, I just need that divide floor thing. That's all I need. Okay. So I'm gonna reopen this. Just so I can copy this original line. Okay. So I will do... I'm just gonna write it. Like this is genuinely insane. This is just an insane thing. Yeah, okay, so this is that. Alright. Then I'm doing this. Did I copy that? Yeah. Blast this one. I'll save it for later. So that's it downloads. I'll just leave that as a search. Save it for later. So that's nothing. Okay. So crazy that anyone would write code like this. Game done yet? No. I found some insane code that I now have to like painstakingly copy by hand. Because someone was crazy. And I don't know what they wanted. I really don't. It's just insane. This is just insane code that they wrote. In 32. Oh, this can take a float. Which should just truncate it. truncate the float. Okay. Yeah, this is just insane stuff. Okay, V2I divide 4. Region size. Alright, so this should not be a float then, because it's just going to be truncated. There's no need for that. Just pass a float. Or an integer. Or pass a float and it'll be truncated automatically. Okay. So, I have a region location. I want to know if this is a valid thing. If it's real. It's got to be real. And it moved all my stuff down again. Love that. Like, literally, where does it decide to do that? Why does it decide to do that? Okay, so I have to go to data. Yeah, there it is. When something opens, it sorts the whole list. Okay, so how do I make it not do that? I have to be careful doing that because I can just literally crash it. So you know what, forget it. In fact, forget it so much, I'm just going to close all of these. So the only thing I have now is just the terrain 3D stuff that I want. Get region. Get region. Position. Didn't the code just change to be something a little bit different? Doesn't even check there. Region is deleted. Terrain 3D region. So I guess I just look at this. Turn inactive regions check with deleted. Okay, well, I guess I have to go look at the code to see if this is like possibly returning. A null. Right, so I check is valid, and then I check is valid, and then I check is deleted. Okay. Okay. And I just realized, am I using any types? No, I'm not. So this should come back to me just as a resource. So I can check is valid. Right, terrain region is a resource. Cool. Okay. get so it's just terrain data. Get region. Bet. What? Valid? Like, what are we doing here? Godot. I think it just comes back to me as null. I think it will just come back to me as null. So I have to do if not region. Or is deleted. No. Oh, is deleted. Okay. Okay. Difficult. Okay. Right. Full cell, okay. What's the vector 2 of cell size? I may as well throw this up here at the top and hit save before I lose anything. Oh, and this should actually go... way out here. Can this be const? It should be. Not all code paths return a value. Cool. It's okay with this being const. Snap position X. Cool, okay. And then if also actually when I'm writing continue, I need to be writing that before I do that. If closest minus what? Vector 2 and vector 2i. Okay. Are you okay with this now? Like squared. Cool. Okay. Did I write a semicolon somewhere? No. Okay. And then this just goes in the list now. Cells. Append. Well, I guess I need to make sure it's not already in that list. So I can do a check up here. Because I'm going to add cell location. Okay. And then that's it. So then I will tab back, X, add 1. And that's that. Y add 1, Y add 1. Y add 1. And I mean, I guess I could actually increment it up here. And then just do Y minus 1 here. And do the same thing here, X, add 1. X minus 1. Nah. That's just getting... That's just adding stuff for no reason. Making it... Doing more math for no reason, I guess, is what I mean to say there. and I will be returning cells. Now, I will say, I think this is probably going to be really, really dang slow. So, this probably absolutely needs to be limited in some way. Either having a rate per node, or a rate total. Key node to yeah, I think data per key node 3 to value this. Will be called node data from now on. The tracking list, and then I would also like to have not only a cache but a yeah, because I can track this one time and skip that. And yeah, that should be really easy. Because if either radius changes or this position changes, I will set modified, and then I can, as I go through when I'm prepping data, I can cache something or I can regenerate it. So yeah, that'll be good. Let's see the finished game right now. It's not. Current status. I got trees. I don't know. If I set this to... You can see the green colliders appear as I move around. That's where we're at. cache null. Radius. Group and target groups. Yeah, radius would just be group and modified true. Cool. Barren Tree Wasteland Day 150. Yeah. Otherwise, I will be doing dictionaries are passed as references. So I should just be able to say oh, that's not right. Let me just do actually just this. If the snap position is equal to that one, we skip. Otherwise, I'm doing that is new and modify true. Okay. Grow the trees one at a time. Node data. Snap position will be data. Snap position. Or I guess I would actually say, if not modified, and cache exists, at the cells. Oh gosh. Continue. Okay. Otherwise, I'd have to do this. And I also get the cache by that. So this should be okay. Cache does not equal null. Then cache clear. Okay. So now this is the same thing that's stored there. Should be. I will update the radius at this point. I retrieve the radius. I mean, it shouldn't change. Yeah, so the radius is actually just coming straight from it. So I'm just doing this. Radius is data.radius. This will set up the cache, or load it and then clear it. So now this is equivalent to that one. So when I am I guess I actually, because I need to update the cache, so I am going to move this down here instead. So we'll do cache append. Well, I guess it shouldn't. Okay, so this cell shouldn't exist because we've just cleared the cache. It should be empty at this point. We shouldn't be checking two cells at the same time. But I will check here in case. What was I saying? I don't know. Whatever. I do this check because two of the same nodes could do the same cell, but one node should be checking one cell. It won't check. One node won't check two of the same cells for itself. Okay. So I set the cache here, and then I add it to the real thing. In fact, I feel like I probably write it like this, and then just leave that. Okay. Alrighty. So now if a guy's not moving, we will still do like the calculation to see like where he is. But if he hasn't moved, then yeah. But when I run this, where is it? Yeah, but when I run this, if data is not modified, and the cache is good. So if it's changed, I need to remake the cache, no matter what. So at this point, I can say actually, I can do it down here. So then we may be able to reuse it. So say its snap position was like outside the map or whatever, we can reuse it. Collision shape size. Honestly, I think I'm going to crank that up to make it larger. I feel like it should be just a little bit larger. Okay, so this means I snap every 16 meters. Every 16 meters I move, I could have an update. Maybe that's fine. I'll leave it. But I can definitely tune that. Okay. And I could even set up so that my snap position is a little bit better. Okay, let me make this a method that's like generate node data or something. Okay. This one is just really simple. I just delete it. Just gone. Did this just crash when I hit save? Probably. Yeah, I bet it crashed. It closed on its own. Gotta watch our war streams to get drops. Alrighty. You know, you don't have to actively watch those, right? It just has to be on like 1% volume. Or so I've heard. Oh, look, it all saved. It just decided to crash after I hit save. For a second, I thought I just did it again. Get instance collision data, produce an array of cells to have collision for. Is there anything like called a set? They should really have that. I think you can technically use a dictionary as a set. You know what? I'm actually going to do that. I'm actually going to do that. Setting it to null doesn't delete it, right? Yeah. Okay. Now we use cell set. Instead. Invariant null should be the smallest it can be. Should be the smallest type you can store. Someone uses, okay, some guide does this. Do they use it as null? Oh, they do a funny thing where they make a value the value. It's funny. Yeah, that's not like memory intensive at all. Pretty sure you only have to set null. Let me go look. Let me go verify how variant works there. Type nil. Type data. A union of any of these. So what happens when I make it a null? Clear internal. I don't know. I would like to look at this though. What operator reference set I'm positive I can set it to a null and it's not like the equivalent of deleting it. I mean, when you do this, you kind of can't do that, right? Yeah, it just, yeah, it doesn't care. Okay, good. Ooh, okay. And then dispatch. Essentially, we'll just call set instance collision cells with that value. Very simple. Okay. Every physics processor should be doing this. And this is a tool, so this should just be working now, actually. Though I may be getting spammed. Alright. Player should have a group. Zombie target. Ah. Okay. So I'm going to add a new global group called player. Is a player. And I'm going to go edit the player scene so that it has this. Snap pause on base object type dictionary. Okay. Okay, well, while that goes, I guess, I should probably have like a enabled or disabled thing. So let me do collision targets. Enable. Checkbox only. So it'll be false by default. And then cool. Turn it on, turn it off. Right. Okay, so line 126. I wrote snapped position incorrectly. It should just be snapped. No, this should definitely just be snapped position. So I think that's what I documented up here as. Nope. Okay. Just snap. Alright, should be good. Unfortunately the player didn't get picked up on though. So I think I'll just add a button here that will run this update target nodes thing. Yeah, I'll just make a button that I can click to do that. Whoa. Oh, that's cool. That's super cool. It just shows you the things. What should this be? Definitely like a dev tool thing. don't know. There's so many. I'm gonna find one. Maybe environment could work. Or something like that rewind symbol, but less looking like that. Or I would just have no icon on it at all. But there we go, I want loop. And then I can't figure that out, so I have to scroll down. Find the name. Cool, okay. I'm guessing documentation will be like a tooltip. Okay, maybe not. Click. Is nil, but callable was expected. Ah, okay. Interesting. Interesting. So player has 8. This guy is in the player group. Alright. So I will have this print out at the end what its results were. Okay, we got the vector max modified as true. That all looks correct. So then why does it get in here and fail? It is enabled. Oh, why is it being... What? Oh. I need to do underscore. Whoops. Alright, whatever. Okay. Oh, does it need to be on editor debug mode for me to see this? Because it might be working. I mean, it should be working. Perhaps I can pass in, like, a Boolean to turn on something. I don't know. I think what I'm going to do is change it so that if we're in, just probably temporarily for now, but if we're in, if we're in editor mode, just and we're in manual and it's editor, just create the debug shapes, I think, just so I can see it. It says just push to commit with independent bodies, layers, mask, and a physics material. That's awesome. That's really awesome. Cool. It's coming together. I'm glad he figured it out. That the vertex spacing stuff, because I was losing my mind on that. I could not get it. I just could not. Okay, so if we are in manual, set instance collision, manual mode, generate instances, so I think is instance collision editor mode? I think I'll do an or. I think this is like a macro that exists is instance manual mode. Editor mode. Q debug mesh update. Whoops. I think it exists, right? Is editor? Is editor hint? Okay, cool. Yeah. So that's right. I could also make this return true if it's in manual and we are in the editor. That would be a smaller change for sure. Okay, just delete that. So that way I'll get a bunch of, I'll be able to see things. Yes, write it. Still being done. Okay. Alright, because I need to see them. I need to see them appear and like move around when I drag the player. Is this ever used in a header file? It's never used in a header file. Damn. Okay. Well... Alright. I mean, yeah, the thing is, I have to look for this. Is instance. I have to make sure every place I call this, I'm checking that. That one I don't have to check. That one I have to check. That one I have to check. Okay, well these are all about debug meshes, so I guess it's actually like totally acceptable. Or editor and that. And I guess if not both of these. Okay. What's happening? What is happening? Odd. Just look at this again. Okay. Nice. Nice. Okay. So if I start moving this guy around. Incredible. All right. Amazing. Okay. And then I'm going to... These guys should always have zombie added to them. So I'm also going to have this be given a zombie. And 1. So I'm going to bring him over here. He's not going to update right away. He's not going to generate collision right away, but... once I click this reset button, okay. Why did 1 not work? 2 works. 1 doesn't. Oh, come on. Weird. Genuinely, I am confused. Why it's doing this. Because this is supposed to be 1 meter, which means I'm supposed to be right on top of it for it to do anything. So, I mean, it's working. That's great. I have targets now that can load collision around them. The issue is, I don't know why it's being like this. I don't know why it's has something weird going on. It's like it's rounded up somehow. I will... Oh, I guess maybe it's the shape. The snapping alignment. The snap changes. So then that point is different. So I'll do print node node blank new position blank. Okay. Yeah, okay, that's what's going on here. He's snapping to that spot. So even though I have it set to 1, it's, you know, it's still... There's kind of like a minimum size to it, I guess. But he should... I mean, he can still load 4 cells at once, but... Awesome. Okay. Cool. My thing is working now. Now, it'd be nice if this was an officially supported thing, for sure. But I've got it working on my own. Okay. Yeah, okay. I should probably go and get lunch. 'Cause I got something. I'll have something to do that I have to get off for. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna send that. So train instance node is a big change. I have a new thing there. All right. I won't do the add-ons. Or I won't do that one. Oh, the player scene does need to be updated though, because I've added it to the group. Then I guess I'm doing... I don't think I should be loading anything new. Yeah. Yes to that. Okay, I need to add that separately, I guess. I have to click clear regions and then hit save. And that should... Okay, cool. And then resource files, which I don't care about. Apparently terrain assets changed. What changed there? Oh, the density. Okay. Can now assign target groups and radius for for terrain instance collision generation. This requires a dev build of 3D. So it won't work at this commit. Awesome. And yeah, I think if you're calling this from the editor, I think you want to turn on debug tools, right? If you're also in the editor. Okay. So I think I'm going to be switching to instance collision here. And it should be like a... what will this be? What's the last commit? Should I amend it? Maybe. Yeah, I'll amend it. Hey, Yelio. Also make debug meshes appear in manual mode when in the editor. This allows tools written by users to show collision, or just to show shapes, or just to show up, whatever. Okay, and then did I say hi, Leah? Hello. Welcome back. He said he sent the commit for it. So I'm assuming it's going to do this thing again where when I pull, it's going to be like... it's just going to wipe my commits. So I'm trying to remember how I fixed that. How did I do that? Array make. Yeah, you did. Array make. Body RID. So what this means is it's going to... is this making an array with the two elements body RID and I? Or is this making an array initialized with I elements body RID? So you're going to copy body RID I times. Surely not, right? Shouldn't there be like a deleted thing here? There's that. Oh, when is this? Generate instances. Sure. Sure, permish bodies exist in a proper state. Okay, so here's gonna be a problem. Manual mode's gonna break for this. So I need to update manual mode to support this. And then this generate instances, yeah, this one's going to be kind of a mess, isn't it? a lot of changes need to be done here. Unfortunately, I don't think I have any code in here. This is all, yeah, I can just take all that. I'll have to fix that so it can show up in manual mode. But yeah, I'll need to take this last commit and rebase mine on top of it and rewrite it as well. Collision layers, material. Oh, this is like clear. Yeah, clear. Collision unenabled. Was this not already there? I'm confused. Also, true probably shouldn't be the default. But oh well. Physics material is cool. I just want to look at this again. Set collision priority. Not really sure what that does. Mask, layer. If we have a physics material. Or if we don't have it. If we do have it. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I didn't know that's how that worked. It uses like negative numbers. A bunch of stuff deleted there. Just straight up removed. Okay. This moved? Alright. Shape debug mesh pairs. Instance body RIDs. Not really sure why those moved, but oh well. That physics material. Cool. Getting very bright. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and get lunch now. And the next thing I'm gonna do when I get back is I'm gonna merge my manual stuff on top of this. I don't think anything should change. The only thing that I had changed was that I did extract this, like the mesh generation part into a function. So I have to do that again. Because otherwise this just won't work. Well, actually it will. Because I'll always be calling generate instances. So yeah, never mind. I don't have to do that there. That'll work there. That works there. Okay. That might be why it's been moved up here, because you saw what I was doing with the function and just said, it should just be in here and then you don't need that. So yeah, my code's like literally just deleting that function to make it merge. Should be. Okay. I will be back in a few minutes. I'm back. Okay. I'm just checking something. Okay. What? You're bald? Okay. Where am I at? Here. Alrighty. I've got food. I'm gonna eat. And title reveal teaser trailer. It's a lot of words. Title reveal normally means Halo Infinite, and that's it. Minecraft 2, and that's it. I don't know why they say title reveal teaser trailer. Is it a teaser for the title reveal? What? What does that even mean? That's gotta be that's gotta be like a mistake translation or something. That can't be. A teaser trailer for the title reveal. That's what this means. That's what that title means. They're gonna tease a title reveal.
I pray with a song in my heart. Ever since we've been lost, whenever I'm feeling blue, let us
Is this Yakuza?
A name?
Mako Daito.
Daito. A Jap then, huh?
Don't I look like one?
You're not? So, what are you then?
さあな。俺が知りてえや。
I'm not Japanese. What are you? Speaks Japanese. I don't know. What? I'm like a dragon. Okay. Well, I'm like a dragon. Ryuga Gotoku. Gotoku. He's not Japanese. He has blue eyes.
A name?
Mako
Actually, let me pay
Daito.
attention to this again.
Daito. A Jap then, huh?
don't I look like one?
You're not? So, what are you then?
さあな。俺が知りてえや。
There we go. Like a dragon. Cool. See, they were doing a movie style trailer and actually still had a lot of like showing the game and things in the game and not just having someone describe what the story is. That's good. Okay. Can I watch this? Two years ago? Why'd you send me this? Inscription. Oh, okay. Still not out. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Matt behind cast for the wrong game. Yep. Cool. I like those kind of games. What? What's he doing here? King Yan. What's he doing here? Why is he here? This is... So the games where you like make a program basically. That's what it looked like to me. That is so silly. Well, they did say 25 or 26. Couldn't quite figure that one out. Not quite sure about it. 25 or 26. What's his name? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, that. He's in Yakuza, right? He voice acted in that game. He has a character in that game. One of them. I don't know which one. Cool. I was not ready to see him. I was not ready to see a person, and then I was not ready to see him. All right. Announcement trailer 8 months ago. Canada. Okay. This could go one of two ways. What if he's in the game? He's in the first game. I don't. He's had a lot of kind of big roles, I think. You'd have to go like look them up to figure out what they were though. I've never seen this before. From the pixel artist of Celeste. They need to promote it somehow. So I said, I scrolled down and I read some of the comments. And I said, all right, this could go one of two ways. It's leading the bad way right now. This being the first words on the screen for an announcement, it's leading the wrong direction. So. Music is maybe more okay, but maybe this should be at the end. I don't know about that one. That's weird. What they're doing here is weird. A little weird. So far, this could pass as a mod for Stardew Valley. No. What the gameplay they're showing. No. Stop it. Stop it. No. No. This is so many red flags. I've never seen something like that before. I think there's a reason. This is maybe acceptable, but at the end. That is a copy of Stardew Valley. That's what Stardew Valley's chopping trees look like. Like, literally so far, this is like a reskin of Stardew Valley. This isn't in the game. Okay. But that's not gameplay. This is not gameplay. This is kind of gameplay. This is gameplay. This isn't Stardew Valley. Maybe it's not so much like this, but typically what you do is you have these bond levels, and there's certain ways you reach them, and you unlock stuff. I think in Stardew Valley, it's only at the very end. Is it you have to marry them, or you have to reach the final level? I'm not sure which, but you get something from the people. No. 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 They should have not made that trailer. I could tell right away from the comments, seeing how people were talking about the game. Just like, I'm adding the game to my wish list. This is art. Capture my interest. Very excited. The only gameplay they showed was just Stardew Valley. I don't think you can sell a game just being a reskin of Stardew Valley. Everything else they showed was like cutscenes. I'm assuming everything else I saw was like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon style, where you go to bed and you like have a dream and you just see dialogue and see things happen, and then you wake up and then you continue playing the game. That's my assumption with those like monster things that were showing up. These are dreams. You get in bed and you see this, and then you wake up and you go back to the game. You go to bed, you see this, and then you go back to the game. You go to bed, you see this, and then you're back in the game. That's what it looks like. And that's quite literally how they're portraying it too. They show that scene and then they snap you to like gameplay, which is just, you're standing around NPCs. So far, this is reading. It could have just been an interactive novel. They probably could have just made an interactive novel. This doesn't look like they're making a game. This looks like they're copying a game and then they're putting their own story on it. And by story, I mean cutscenes. A game can't just be art. You have to make it a game too. And you also can't just like... This isn't even like copy the homework and change it a little. This is straight up copy the homework. A mod. Make a Stardew Valley mod. That's what this could have been. And save this for the end. Anyone who's like really paying attention to this and like knows what's going on should see that text and say, that's weird. And it looks like it's one of those cases where just people are just being nice. And they don't want to say that it's weird. Anyway. My senses are on point. I saw the art. I saw like 3 comments and I was like, something's fishy. Something about this I don't like immediately. That doesn't look like seriously. I don't know why no one's mentioning that. Like, guys, this looks like Stardew Valley. This looks like monochrome Stardew Valley. The only thing they didn't show was in the caves mining rocks. Like, the combat, I mean, I guess there's only so many ways you can, like, do art for combat, but that looks one-to-one with Stardew Valley's combat. You press your button and, like, that's the exact same animation. You do, like, a sweeping hitbox, and that's just exactly the animation. I don't want to say too much about it because, you know, it's 2D pixel art. There's only so many ways you can really visualize that. But they definitely just copied it. They didn't come up with something original there. They definitely just copied it. Indie bait. Yeah, that's a great way to describe that. That's indie bait. I hope it's good. I hope I'm totally wrong about everything. Because to have 2 people putting their names literally front and center on that project, you know, you don't want that kind of recognition to be bad, for sure. You can say, oh, that's cool. The guy who did Celeste is doing this game's art. Put it at the end of the trailer. That's not a selling point. Because another thing that does is it primes you to just accept that the art is good, even if it's not. A good artist can still make something that looks bad. Putting that up at the front just says, by the way, you're about to see good art. So even if it's bad, you're kind of like, okay, well, it's a good artist, so it's good art, right? It did look good, but that's just another thing about that. Like you're priming someone to accept whatever they're about to see. Okay. They probably need a great story to make that up. They need a great game. I think they're kind of forgetting the part where they have to make a game. That's the part they're forgetting about. Oh, this.
A brand new day is here. Duty awaits the loyal. Foundation secured.
Build your totalitarian colony. Come on, IGN. What's the problem? What's the issue here? Why are we doing this? This isn't 1080p. This is 720. Why are we doing this? It even goes to this. This footage is 720. This is 720 footage.
Duty awaits the loyal.
Nope, not seen this.
Foundation secured. Structure complete. Captured and fired.
What? What's this gun? I don't even know what this gun is called. But this gun is in I might know what it's called. Apothecon? And you reload this gun by like feeding it, I think. You put something in its mouth to reload it. And this is what he does here. He puts something in its mouth to reload it.
Captured and fired.
That's funny.
Enemy captured.
This is pretty good.
Too tired.
They must have messed up with like the video rendering or something. I don't know why the quality is 720p, but they uploaded it in like double that. And it's stuttering on things that it shouldn't be stuttering on. I don't understand what this has got to be like the video rendering bug.
Concentrate fire.
Slavery unsold.
Launch sequence complete. Strategic doomsday device away.
Strategic doomsday device. You can build and launch a nuke. 1% of net revenue will be donated to the Norwegian Refugee Council's humanitarian work as support for people forced to flee violence and conflict. This looks pretty cool. The art will bomb it. The some of the things look a little silly. We got the Halo sniper here. The first. Oh, this is not the first letters. Okay, never mind. The second sentence you see, build your totalitarian colony. See, those are the first words you should have in your trailer. Build your totalitarian colony. This looks kind of neat though. It's a bit weird. I was gonna say this seems all over the place, but nothing like sticks out as being strange. It's like it's all strange looking. So none of it looks strange looking. This is really cool. Dude, those jackals over there? This is just nuts. We are the baddies. Those games coming up. I was going to mention Satisfactory. They already mentioned it. Well, the thing is, no one mentioned slavery. It's like, it's all here. This isn't anything, I mean, you know, scripted, but it's not like it's, you know, a pre-rendered thing we're watching. This is funny. You can just start whipping somebody. I'm assuming you have to deal with the rebellions. Like Tropico. That's probably a better way to say it. Better way to describe it. It's probably more like Tropico. Power World? I don't understand where they got Power World from. I don't know. Can you do this in Power World? Can you? Should be the first frame. It starts with him hitting somebody. I mean, these guys are making a game, that's for sure. These guys are making a game. How do they do this? How do they do this? It's like nothing matches, but it all looks but it does at the same time. Cool. No music. Mommy starts whipping the music. Okay. All right. All right, last one. Is it short? Oh. Okay, not that one.
Peggy 8.
Hang on. All right. Might have a good one.
18.
Might have a good one.
Masz. Wstrętna, wijąca się i oślizgła masz. Gdzie ja jestem do cholery?
No jak to gdzie? W jeziornych kolonii. No nie wygłupiaj się.
What am I looking at? That's really cool. You found alcohol.
Wiesz, jak pogrywać ze szkodnikami?
All right. What was that trailer for that one game a long time ago? They were doing exactly this, but it was a voxel game and it didn't work.
Świeżak. O, widzę, że nie z byle kim skacze.
That wait, no, this guy's actually 3D. No, that's actually 3D, right? Is this actually 3D? That had to be 3D. Slow motion. Very interesting. That's 3D. That's a 3D model. Okay. Neat. They're blending 3D models in like PNGs. I think some of the enemies are... Maybe? Maybe they weren't.
Weska, czy zrobię jazdę próbną? Tam jest fajna trasa.
Alright, how are they doing this? This is so weird.
Czy zrobię jazdę próbną? Tam jest fajna trasa.
It looks really good.
Proszę tego nie robić.
Kurwa mać, daj kobiecie trochę prywatności.
Alright, I figured it out.
Cholera jasna, proszę pani!
It's all 3D,
Przemyśl to. Może będziesz tego
but
żałował.
their shader just makes it look good when you go orthogonal to 2D perspective. School Elysium ripoff. I don't know exactly what the game was about, but I just know that it looked good in pixel, and it goes to voxel, and it's like, oh my god, it doesn't look good. Like they turned off some of their shading things that they really should have left on, and it looks super noisy and bad. This is a picture, right? Like, I want to know how they do this. Because it's always 3D. I think it's always 3D. There might be some like animation things that they do, so when you're in this orthogonal mode, maybe they snap their orientation. They don't walk so freely
Wiesz, jak pogrywać ze szkodnikami?
to sell that a little bit more.
Widzę, że nie z byle kim skacze.
The cute dot girl? I don't know. I don't remember it.
Weska, czy zrobię jazdę próbną? Tam jest
I just know that I would have preferred if the whole game was just flat 2D. That looked good. The voxel part is like, I'm talking about something totally different, so I should probably stop, but the pixel art 2D part, great. The voxel part, that was not ready to show. To be completely honest, that was not in a state to be shown to people.
Proszę tego nie robić.
Kurwa mać, daj kobiecie trochę prywatności.
Cholera jasna, proszę pani!
Przemyśl.
Yeah, they're doing stuff with animations.
Przemyśl.
There's like different animation sets for the models. So when you're in the 3D mode, which is always 3D, but when you're in the 3D mode, they play the animations, all the keyframes. When you're in this mode, they cut the animation to like 5 frames or something. I don't know.
Przemyśl to.
And that makes it look a lot better. But this is still, I think, this is still a 3D model.
Może będziesz tego żałował.
And if it's not, and if there are just like all different assets, then I would be, that's crazy. Leon's brother. All right, well, I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know Resident Evil well enough.
Masz. Wstrętna, wijąca się. Ja jestem do...
I guess I don't know Resident Evil well enough, but apparently this guy just acts. Even the haircut. Yeah. Thanksgiving uncle. Really cool. That's really cool. I want to see where it zooms in once. I want to see that transition.
Oślizgła masz. Gdzie ja jestem do cholery?
No jak to gdzie? W jeziornych kolonii. No nie wygłupiaj się.
I want to see it zoom in. All right, slow motion. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait. It's all 3D, right? I'm like looking at the car, looking at this guy. Okay, yeah, it's just a shader. It's just shader. They definitely have something special going on to, I think they have something special probably to make it so that certain colors are pronounced and certain edges are pronounced. But I think it's all shader. Everything is 3D and they're using a shader. Like the boxes, because the real question is, if you're just like, I mean, okay, let me turn off the lunch break thing. So look at the boxes. I guess this one's probably the best one to see. The issue with a naive shader, if you're just taking an image and pixelating it, you're probably going to lose all these dark lines. You're not going to have this continuous dark line here on all the boxes. So they're definitely doing some pretty special stuff to make it so these lines are there and they always stay there. I don't know if that's on the model, some like information on the model, or if the shader is just competent enough to ensure those lines get put in. You could probably find it. I don't think this is like secret knowledge. I'm pretty sure the information to make a shader like this exists on YouTube right now. You could put it together. It's just not like, it's hard. It's a very special thing you got to do. These lines here are like the key to making the effect work. The tops of the fences, ensuring that those are always bright and lit and you're not like losing part of the model there where it just says it goes from the side of the fence to like the ground behind it, or I mean, actually it's probably like a depth shader, some kind of depth shader doing this, or a depth pass, so that you're writing the top of this fence, even if like it might be might not be fully in a pixel, so like maybe it gets skipped. I don't know. Basically stuff like these lines. The lines on this box are like, if you get that effect, your whole shader should work. That when the players zoom in. Sprite thingy. This might be a sprite. On the side, this might be... Probably is. But... I mean, your player could also be a sprite. Because he's always fixed in the middle. He's at the same distance, so the player could be a sprite here. But I think everything else in the scene is 3D. And there's stuff going on with shaders to make it look good. And you can even see I'm going in slow motion. The animations are teleporting, right? They're not playing. They're not doing smooth motion here. Whoa, that's why I had that sound turn off, because that would sound awful. The explosion, probably sprite. But I mean, something like this makes me think that the character is 3D there. This guy's obviously 3D. I could believe they might be changing the animations when you go from this third person to first person, but maybe they're not. Maybe they're the same animations. Really interesting. All right. Well, that's it. And I have to go. So I thought I might be able to work on a little bit more after lunch, but that's all I got time for. Yeah. I think I will probably... I think I need to come back later. But I'll see. This is awesome. This is awesome thing. No, I was really caught up in the graphics of it. I didn't really talk about gameplay. Gameplay looks good. The whole thing is literally in game. There's literally maybe not this. This could be like a dev tool. This could also just be a cutscene. But like 100% of this trailer was in game. Them literally playing around for like dialogue sequences, critical things that are happening. Looks good. I might come back later, I'm not sure. I should, but I might not. Alright, well, that's it for today. Maybe. Thanks for watching. I will be back at the latest tomorrow. Goodbye.